All right. What's up? How you guys doing? What's up? Oh, what's up, Nuke? What, paddleboarding? Huh. Interesting. Annoyed that KRE is not playing out. It dropped like 5%. Actually, still have some puts on it. Why the fuck won't this open? I wanted it in the money. Screaming. Fuck. That's a bitch to open. Oh. I think we hit 6,300 today. We could. Could hit like 63 or 63.05 potentially. This is the top of the like MM's expected range though. Check out Neo options chain. Can you confirm I have the right idea and selling some calls above Gamma Max here? Yeah, I could take a look. I mean, at least in the short term, it looks pretty good. Some pretty big resistance at 455. There is some delta out to 5 though, so a little bit of risk. It's at 440 right now. I don't like that it bounced up. It's above GM. I mean, it could potentially push out to 5. I don't think it's getting higher than 5 right now, but usually want like 30 to 45 days on those. And Q's looking a little weak here. What's about selling the 90 call? I don't like it. That seems too easy to keep grinding up. We have a lot of time. Anything looking good for OPEX? I don't think anything's really dropped. Uh, I don't know. OPEX puts us like 2 weeks out from the tariff deadline, so I don't know. There might be like a run in mid caps or something if it's not already kind of starting today. Is there a reason for the pump and grind? People are buying calls. Not super aggressively, but there's bot calls like a lot of bot calls at 90 and 85. That's kind of propping shit up here, but sold calls at 95 and 6,300. And a shitload of sold calls out at like 63.10, 63.15. I would say right now it's pretty unlikely we get above 63.05. But I could see us hitting like 92, 93 before there's any profit taking. KRE's bumming me out. Hmm. It's probably not going to go much higher than 62 right now. I don't know. Delta and Gamma are still both falling off of it. Might continue. There's more bank earnings tomorrow, too. I still have like 40% of my pits there. Throw a little time on them, I guess. I don't know. Take profits when the stock drops 5%. One second. Alright, sorry about that. Really? I don't think that the regional bank earnings were all that hot. Like, fine, but definitely not impressive in any way. Any update on the new volatility page? I think we had to, there was like a fix that we had to do, and then it should be going out to the beta subscribers like immediately after that. Hmm. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of grindy. The MM's expected move was 62.93.54, which is almost where we tested. So, I mean, yeah, there's some incentivization for call selling here. There's a little bit of a gap below us at 90. Mm, it's just up and pinned. I mean, we've been doing this for fucking like 2 weeks now. You guys should be fairly used to it by now. Puts? I don't know if I'd buy puts. Sort of the basic question. When you enter a position at resistance to the stop, how do you decide whether to go in the money, out the money, out of the money? Do you look for certain delta or what? I think it generally depends on how much slippage I think there'll be between the strikes. So like if I think I'm, if I were buying a put here, right, I would assume that there was probably at least like another 80 cents of upside range. Um, might factor in the market maker's expected moves, so like a dollar of upside range. And then I mean, as far as out of the money, at the money, in the money, I would probably determine how far I thought it could move down on a failure, which right now I don't think all that much, maybe back to like 85. So, in order to capture that very small move, it would probably be better to go in the money. But if you think of like a larger move is like a potential, the move is potentially larger than, you could go at the money or out of the money if you think it would be like a very big move. I think I'm not gonna trade today. I wrote shot their load this morning and I missed out. Yeah, yeah, getting in at market open was better. I was on my way home, like right around that time, and like the only thing I managed to pick up was some like core weave calls at like 36, and those have just done nothing all day. So what about buying puts here with theta? They're overpriced, which we've talked about a bunch. I mean, if you want to buy like Vega puts, they're overpriced. Riley doesn't have any like upside interest on the options chain, but it is kind of repricing. It's breaking up above its like trend too. So it might be starting to like squeeze off sold call positioning now. VIX 3 month is still very high. It's still at like 19.74. Yeah, being this close to a major strike could like drive more bulls to buy the out of the money call. What's your conservative target for repricing? I don't really have one right now. I think it's a bit early. They did just pull off like another $18 million in debt reduction, but they still have a lot of problems. I would say that if there's any kind of negative effects in for the finance sector, they'll probably get hit really hard again. I have I have like 2,500 shares at 325. So not super exposed. I know we talked like a while back about there being a long-term play there, but it's extremely high risk. They have lots and lots and lots of fundamental problems, and they need to get out from under their massive pile of debt. If they can, they historically they've always been pretty good and returned investors a very decent amount of profits, but yeah. There's a way they can get 3 month VIX down into that sub 17, 16 range with Trump going, can they? I mean, they could. Both. Shout out to Acuron as the absolute rock of everyone's ports. It's just doing its thing. I mean, it's a fucking utility, right? It's generally not the most exciting thing to own. A lot of us just got it at a cheap price. Have you ever thought about the interesting places your viewers watch from? For example, I can confirm your program has been viewed in an SCIF. I haven't. There was a guy who was like a chiropractor that used to play the stream in his lobby. But I think I might have said one too many mean things about chiropractors. Nova's been bouncing between two clear support and resistance lines and a wedge. It's been interesting to keep an eye on. Yeah. Let's tell you about the retail sales numbers. Seasonally adjusted to the upside, but sales were marginally lower for June than they were in May, and May was revised down to negative 0.9%. Meanwhile, June seasonally adjusted up to positive 0.6%. So, I mean, I think June will just get revised down, honestly. But for today, it looks good. Nice, Jason. Live every day in my auto repair shop. Nice. Just saying truthy things about charlatanry. Charlatanry is not mean. I know. But you know how they get. Just makes them misaligned. I'm a falconer and I watch on hotel rooftops. Not a bad office, to be honest. Excuse you? You're a what? I wonder if Trump's gonna taco again on August 1st. His credibility is kind of in the toilet right now. Although, his credibility has been in the toilet since like 1988. Hmm. Taco, 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 taco. Isn't Trump supposed to release like a letter to 150 countries today, letting them know that they have tariffs? I swear to fuck, if the market reacts to that, I'm gonna be pissed. Ooh, GDP now fell from 2 to 2.39 from 2.58. I think GDP is gonna suck. No, he's gonna make all the previous 20% tariffs 15%. $90 billion in 4-week bills. Dude, the Bank of England asked some lenders to test for resilience to US dollar shocks. The BOV is apparently testing for scenarios that include US dollar swap market drying up. Nvidia is up pretty strongly today. Hmm. Jesus. 5.7 billion of JP Morgan's 44.9 billion in revenue was from fixed income trading. Hmm. A little bit of profit taking. Likely not get over. Yeah, like, well, like 300, 305. Hmm. That's weird. Heating oil futures are like way up. What the fuck? I guess oil's just moving. Hmm. Ooh, a little dump in Bitcoin. Rates at the top end fell below 5. Back below 5. Any more thoughts on the CoreWeave play? I mean, it's basically opened below risk. I picked up some calls at the bottom today, but it may just continue to fill its downside gap. They got downgraded by HSBC like right before market open. It's like a $32 price target, which is kind of really far off from where it's at now. If it gets back above gamma neutral, I'd be interested. There's still a lot of bullish positioning to the upside. Someone sold 40K Bitcoin last night, 4.7 billion. That means someone bought $4.7 billion in Bitcoin, though, right? Is that valuation bullshit? I mean, probably accurate valuation bullshit. Like, I don't think there's a valid reason for CoreWeave to be worth $65 billion right now. I mean, never, as long as we can lend against Japanese rates at zero. I wouldn't call it FUD. I mean, I feel like that's a misinterpretation. I think it's just that, like, MSM, like mainstream media just didn't have anything to like they don't know what they're talking about generally, right? So they just make shit up. I want to say I'm loving the new Pickles Picks format. It's been invaluable. Thank you so much. No problem, man. Yeah, speaking of which, I know we were kind of just testing out the new formula for Pickles Picks, but how are we liking it so far? Are you guys okay with the summary and not the chart by chart explanations? Yeah. Well, I mean, it opens up time for me to do like equity picks. If, major banks would stop downgrading the stocks that I pick, that'd be nice. Although I think that might be because both of the stocks that happened on, I specifically was interested in because of their like 30-day IV. And banks might just be downgrading runners when their 30-day IV starts to fall off. Which could be interesting. That could be a play in and of itself. It incentivizes people to learn more if they want more in depth. Okay. Okay, we can stick with that. The hardest part for me to wrap my head around is options macro, since it doesn't have a legend. Oh yeah, actually, I've thought about that a couple times. I might do like a small paragraph for the options macro. I mean, mostly I would say that you could just look at the lines in the top right corner, like is put and call leverage going up or down. Um, Not that there's not more information to be gleaned from that, but like that's probably the most important information there on a short time frame. Not scanner ranking. I didn't rank any scan. What are you talking about? Trump's not going to fire Powell till the end of the month, if he tries to fire him at all. He's going to get a lot of fucking pushback on that. It's not. I mean, that's why he tacoed out in like a couple minutes yesterday. It would fucking destroy the market real quick. They only post G-Scan on Fridays. It's just like stocks to go look at. What's a repeat of the overview? I don't know what you're talking about. Could you give me a complete sentence? Why isn't G-Scan under the scanner section for poor versions of GS? Not like it's live data. No, but it's just not part of the lower tier. It's part of the middle tier, which is not yet built, but it's not part of the lower tier. It's super degenerate. It could be that the ones you're looking at are in the morning and after the morning OI update. So when I'm posting when I'm doing pickles picks, there's two updates. There's the end of day report, which is at about like 6-7 p.m. Eastern. And then there's the morning OI report. And that's at 6 a.m. Eastern. Well, 6-7 a.m. And so I'm using this data, which then gets updated a few hours later. Why would we explain what the ranking means? It's not pertinent. That's not what you said, though. So that is a much clearer statement. So should I try to use a tool without understanding how to use it? It's not a tool, it's a scanner. And what the scanner tells you is very clearly outlined in the documents. There are 4 different technical trends it can identify for a total of 8 signals, and it uses a 5-day look back period for, for the day-over-day behavior of price and Greek change to classify the trends. And so the closer to the metric, the higher or more weighted the stock is. There are docs? Jesus Christ. Yes. One second. Nope. Never mind. We can find the delta gamma by expiration charts in GS. You can't. They're not available yet. Soon. I think that's the next tool that we're pushing out to beta users. And then after the beta period, it'll go out to production. Can we have some sort of list of values for neutrals? Like when you talk about VNW, it's hard for me to figure out where the weekly VN is. Does that make sense? Kind of, except those are the I post the values. For a format change in Picklespec, I like your slightly expanded SPX summaries that highlight important bits about positioning. It's a good compromise. It just takes a very long time to write up each individual data set when I can just summarize it all at the end. So yeah, I mean, it is a compromise. It's a little less descriptive level by level, but I try to be a little bit more descriptive in the total like overview. Because like before, I might have only had to write a couple lines as the summary about our trading range. Um, but this way I can write a little bit more about that and a little less about each individual fucking piece of data that is going into the full summary analysis. I mean, that's why there's risk, right? All pickles picks generally will have like a confirm level and a risk level. If a stock is at or below risk or above risk, at or above risk, right? Then it's like a bort. Like you don't fucking trade it. Stay away from it. This is most trades too. I mean, the fact that this isn't most of my trades is impressive in its own right, but most trades are some sort of confirmation, and then if that confirmation fails, you get the fuck out. But pay attention to that. You guys fucking hate paying attention to the risk. I don't know why. But like absolutely nobody should have like, entered ASTS or CoreWeave, right? Because they both opened. Like CoreWeave opened below risk and ASTS opened above it. So I mean, like, don't fucking touch the stock. Like, I know you're desperate for a play, but that just means like it's no good. The thesis that was outlined the night before has already failed. And then definitely don't, go long something that just got downgraded unless the sell off is clearly over. What's up, Joshy boy? Hmm. Lower high, head and shoulders in the 5 minute. Any chances of 5,300 dwindling here? Wait, what? Oh, you mean chances of hitting 6,300 to the upside? I mean, they're about as unlikely as they were before. I would say that if we get a reversal, though, that needs to be. Yeah, you have to watch out for that. Any thoughts on BKSY? The don't know anything about it, but I can take a look. Black Sky package software running pretty hard since April. Mm, I mean, no, it's like digital intelligence, drone hype. They probably what do they have like some relation to the Trump administration? They don't make money, obviously. Their market capitalization is massively in excess of their uh, of their assets, and their revenues are non-existent. So I mean, there's not a lot you can really pull from that. Like net income is negative every quarter, so it's just pure speculation play. Got laid off from my CNC machining job and now get even more time for stocks than before. Even have a payday for the next 3 months. Well, congratulations, but also sorry to hear that. CEO, CFO of astronomer were caught having an affair on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert last night. Nice. Options chain's also nearly topped out. Oh, do we have it on? Do we have it on here? Oh, no. Probably just sit on it for a while. I will warn you that the price from here could come down substantially, but because I mean, technically the company has no actual intrinsic value. So just remember that like short-term gains, much like back in February, can vanish. Oh my god, I forgot the name of that stupid car insurance company. What was it? The Carvana one. God damn it. No, not Geico. Root, thank you. Brain fart. Interesting. Carvana earnings are coming up too. Carvana earnings on Wednesday, July 30th. Don't want to short Carvana pre-earnings? No, right? Not while IV's still going up. Hmm. A little bit, yeah. Broke the Head and Shoulders broke down a little. Not very aggressively, but a little bit of a breakdown. There's still bot calls to the upside of us at 90 and 95, so I would be careful unless those start capitulating. Then we can still bounce very hard. I would say to confirm downside, we probably want to see under 82. 80, well, 83, 83. BT woo? Ooh woo. What happened? I want to go long route. Yeah, BT is starting to do pretty good, turning around. It's nice. Oh, that's what Nick's talking about. I got it now. GME is extremely low. Maybe there'll be some covering on like ETFs towards end of month. BTC correlations starting to pick up on it a bit. Although the improvement in correlation is to the downside on BTC. which isn't a great look. Hmm. Are bulls gonna push through this wall? I don't know. They're at support. They're... I guess they could start capitulating. I will say that the bot puts that came in at 95 and 6300 seem to be holding up. Some of the out of the money puts are being bought to close. Not a lot of them though. Just like a few. Hmm. Fucking just stuck. So rolling Rocket Lab short 6, 9, and 10 calls. Ouch. What's that at? Why? This might actually fail 90. Starting to. Creeping down a bit. Rocket Lab's gonna have to issue some debt at some point. Wait, this might actually, or sell or liquidate shares. I was watching compilation vids of Trump and Republicans talking about Epstein files, and then the cut to what files? Yeah, that's funny. I saw a couple of those. That's on shorting Microsoft and Nvidia for Tariff Day. Wait, didn't Jensen go glaze Trump in order to get Nvidia exceptions for Nvidia chips? I thought that was like the whole thing. Taco. Yeah. Yeah, you do have to worry about taco too. The taco trade could be a problem. I was thinking Jan puts next monthly call to hedge the taco for August 1st. That might work. The only thing I have right now is like some sold calls out at 6,300. JPO's terms up next May 2026, I think, or March. One of the months that begins with M. It's going to be December 25th, and Daly will be saying 2 rate cuts by the end of the year. Whatever his bosses tell him. Honestly, I don't know if we'd be up so much today if the Eurozone hadn't had such shitty news. The euro dropped hard against the dollar today. I don't really think like the retail data had much to do with anything. Also, really weird, but like Vol's just not doing shit. Like VX is only down like point 0.23. It's like 4 points. It's like a fucking nothing, like a nothing move. I will say that the over the weekend long VX was pretty awesome. Did anybody else play that? That was good shit. Oh, you did it? How long did you stay in it for? UVXY. Correlation's really breaking down very fast. I feel like the divergence is getting a bit much. Like, should be some incentive for long vol buyers to come in. Although, I guess they got a little bit of relief yesterday. Still feels shitty. Ah, okay. So you just grab the initial move up. No, it's not. No, it's not even cheap out at 90 days. Cheaper out at 60, but out at 90 days, it's still pretty pricey. The obligatory 15-minute pullback. It's usually how these days go. Pump, pump, pump until there's enough capitulation to force a pullback and spike vol, and then everybody sells more puts higher. At least the pattern is very, very consistent. How am I number one and haven't even said anything in 20 minutes? No idea, but congratulations, number one. Part chicken, part I don't like trading on mobile, part it was hot and I wanted to swim in the pool. Would you have like one contract? So you picked up like a couple $100. That's not bad. Pays for a day out. Who does number two work for? I think he's self-employed. 300? You are now number 3, rubbing your head. Calls are still sold out at 90, 95. Yeah. Some of the at the money calls are starting to trim on this chop, so it's not like super bullish. Mm. I don't know. I don't know how the points are allocated or why they exist. I stopped out earlier today. I think I got out at like 85 or it was like 86 or something like that. ASTS is starting to get overextended, yeah. I think it's like right in the range that we talked about yesterday. There's a little bit more interest to the upside, so that came in to maybe like Yeah, this is probably near the top. I mean, if it keeps getting like out of the money buying, then it's gonna probably keep ticking up higher. It's just gonna happen. Negative 3K, my 75C calls rolled for a month out, and they expire in 2 days after earnings. Should I keep rolling up and out as long as it keeps testing my strikes? Wait, hold on. Are you long the calls or short? God damn it, J Fresh. It's like the fucking stock is nowhere near $75. So if you're short and you're down, I don't know if there's a whole lot there to worry about. Short calls? When are they for? They're for August. 2 days after earnings? I mean, yeah, most of your losses are just unrealized due to the, like, increased price, but... So, August 20th? Wait. How are they 2 days after earnings? Four days after earnings? 22nd? TradingView says they're August 18. Congrats on getting sponsored by Granger. Wait, what? I just got an ad from them. Oh. That's for the secret Republicans. This market goes down less often than my wife, and that's concerning. Sorry to hear about your marital issues. Good Godfrey. We went down yesterday, so today's uppies. Because he had to get those pliers to fix his dishwasher. I don't think you can count a green day as going down yesterday. I got to close pits. It's enough for me. I don't know if you guys know this, but everything's fine until the end of the month. And then we have to worry about tariffs again. But then he might taco again, and then everything will be fine again for however long he tacos for. Maybe this time it'll be like 6 days. He's gonna give everybody till August 7th. And then on August 7th, he's gonna give everybody till the 10th. This time he really super duper means it. Stop verbing taco. I can't. The final warning. I think the Epstein stuff will stop him from taco. I don't know about that. If there's one thing Donald Trump is, it's wrapped in a layer of tortilla. Oh, flour. Cocklerange. Isn't Levitt speaking right now? What am I going to eat for lunch? Let's ask the important questions instead of, Gherk, why are we trading at the same price all day? Corn tortillas are an abomination. What? Hold the fuck up. What? J-Fresh is even whiter than we knew. You're from Ohio, C-Mill. No one expects you to like corn tortillas. I don't eat mayo tortillas. Very white. I guess in like Tex-Mex cooking, you just get a lot of flour tortillas, huh? Never thought about that much. Corn belongs in tamales? Have you never had like a street taco? What the? I feel like you're just not tasting things. That's the only way you can say that with a straight face. Unless you're trying to be, polarizing. Is the Trump admin mostly interested in stablecoins to find buyers for US Treasuries? No, 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 no. They need to fund the buyers for US Treasuries, which are banks. It's pronounced tortilla. I forget that. I forget sometimes that J Fresh lives in a part of the country where they call them tacos. Corn tortillas are not good. They're dry, stiff, and dense. They taste like nothing. It sounds like you've been eating just stale corn tortillas from the grocery store. Bad ones, apparently. Nobody knows how to sweat a corn tortilla in here or what? I mean, I do. Real ones? Like handmade? Soft, delicious, fluffy? It tastes better than tortilla chips. Wait, do you also hate tortilla chips? Full of lard? Yeah, I don't understand how anything in a corn tortilla is bad. They're the same fucking thing, you asshole. How do you think they make tortilla chips? Fuck. Corn tortillas are supposed to be fried before you eat them, man. They're like pan fried tortilla chips versus deep fried. This is the most abhorrent take I've ever heard out of Jay Fresh, and he told me to euthanize homeless people last week. And this morning. I forgot about that. Tesla immediate $4 drop on that news. He drinks Starbucks coffee. No. Jay Fresh is now the proud owner of a Profitec espresso machine. He is among the elite of coffee drinkers. He might be putting Folgers in the portafilter, but I refuse to acknowledge or believe that. We prefer to be called the unhoused. The abode deficient. Folgers. Okay, you're just trying to fucking piss me off. That's what's happening here. You clearly just want to fight. Someone didn't get laid today. Best taco I ever had was from this like 90-year-old Mexican gentleman who had a griddle and plastic bags full of meat at a house party in LA. Nobody would tell me his name. I don't know what happened to him, but I hope he's still out there making tacos for people. My fake girlfriend and I start fake arguments like this too. Ends in whoopee. Nice. How do you and your fake girlfriend have whoopee? You know what? Don't. I'm not kidding. Corn tortillas are not good. I mean, you're just objectively wrong. They are good. You already like tortilla chips, which are corn tortillas. It makes no sense that you don't like corn tortillas. They're clearly just not being prepared properly, or they're stale. Something's wrong with the corn tortillas you're being served. You're not a real Texan, Danimal. You live in Indiana. Okay, arepas aren't good. I mean, that's fine. I have. I've had good ones. I've had a lot of variation in them, and some are better than others, but I don't like them. What the fuck is corn tortilla lasagna? Ew. You poking around Dev at all? I have it open. What's up? Do I need to refresh it? Nope, I refreshed it, now it's not loading anymore. Oh, wait, there it goes. That was weird. I don't know how to describe that besides it loaded and then unloaded and then loaded again. Hmm. Still a lot of looks like a lot of call buying at 95 and call selling at 6300. What's feedback? It looks good. Um, I wouldn't say the 6295 is being bought either. There are sold puts there, but I don't think they're buying calls there. If anything, calls that both strikes are being sold. Just not very heavily at 95. The Federal Reserve that only acts independently when things are good. Really independent? No, but there's an illusion of independence. Let me get a bunch of little wasabi peas. I mean, isn't the Fed really just there to allow banks to operate on razor thin margins at ridiculously high leverages? And then save them when they blow up? Hmm. Love it talking 40 minutes after the presser starts.
The unprecedented second state visit for President Trump, and he is honored and looking forward to meeting with His Majesty the King at Windsor Castle. There has been a wave of positive economic news over the past week, which I would like to highlight today. Joe Biden's inflation crisis has been defeated. Prices paid to American businesses for goods and services were flat in June, which is lower than all 50 forecasters in the Bloomberg survey predicted. And core inflation, which is the best measure of inflation, came in lower than expected again in the month of June. Since President Trump took office, core inflation has tracked at just 2.1% overall and has come in below or at economists' expectations every single month. Wages are growing at a strong pace and prices are falling for everyday Americans. We also saw prices for new and used vehicles and airfares drop last month. In addition, prices for gas, fuel oil, energy commodities, hotels, airfare, public transportation, and fresh vegetables are all down over last year. As we said all along, trust in President Trump. The American dream is back, and everyday families are already reaping the benefits of this incredible economic turnaround in just 6 months. President Trump has ended the era of economic surrender and implemented powerful tariffs to stand up for our workers and businesses and rebalance America's
I have been selling options.
Despite all of the doom casting from the so-called experts,
oh no, I haven't started doing that yet.
The end of the world as we know it, the opposite has occurred. Tariffs are not inflationary, as President Trump has said all along. In reality, tariffs are a source of massive revenue. We're seeing trillions of dollars in private investment pour into our country right now because the companies around this world want to make their products right here with American labor and not have to pay any tariffs at all. Customs and tariff revenue has already totaled more than $113 billion since President Trump entered office, helping to lead a budget surplus in June for the first time in nearly a decade. We are truly entering a golden age.
This is satire, right? Nope.
And America First trade policies. On another matter, yesterday in the East Room, the president was proud to sign the Halt All Lethal Trafficking of Fentanyl Act into law, surrounded by angel families to help finally end the devastating fentanyl crisis that has ravaged millions of Americans. Under the Halt Fentanyl Act, anyone who possesses, imports, distributes, or manufactures any illicit fentanyl-related substances will be subject to criminal prosecution in the same manner as any other Schedule I controlled substance. This legislation will close the loopholes that criminals use to skirt around the law and make it easier for law enforcement to prosecute vicious traffickers who peddle poison in our communities. President Trump has always made tackling the drug crisis a top priority, and this important bipartisan legislation further follows through on that commitment. The complete and total success at our southern border that many in the media in this room continue to ignore is another example of the president keeping his word to families who have lost loved ones due to fentanyl, and it's another win for the American people. Customs and Border Protection just released the final operationalized stats for the month of June, and I must highlight some of these incredible numbers. There were only
So illegal drugs are still illegal? No, they're extra illegal now.
In June, 15% lower than the previous record that this president set in the month of March. To put that in perspective, the Biden administration routinely saw the same number of encounters in a single day, and on many days, that number was more than 10,000 apprehensions at the southwest border. There were also 0 illegal aliens released along the southwest border for the second consecutive month.
Because wars on drugs help
President
vilify
Trump
brown
promised to
people.
end the illegal alien invasion, and he has delivered on that promise to the American people in record time. With the border sealed, deportations are ramping up. This past weekend, our brave ICE agents were arresting violent criminal illegal aliens all across the country. ICE Atlanta arrested an illegal alien from Mexico, convicted of attempted rape of a child in North Carolina. ICE Baltimore arrested an illegal alien from Guatemala who was previously convicted for sexual abuse of a minor in Maryland.
Woo!
ICE Houston arrested a criminal illegal alien from Mexico whose previous conviction includes aggravated sexual assault of a child in Texas.
That was a lot of
ICE
wasabi.
Salt Lake City
Holy shit.
arrested a 32-year-old illegal criminal alien from Mexico who was previously convicted for child abuse and injury. ICE Baltimore arrested a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador convicted in Maryland for possession of child pornography. And ICE San Antonio arrested a criminal illegal alien from Mexico convicted of aggravated sexual assault in Texas. The men and women of ICE are heroes. They are putting their lives on the line every day.
No, these like little rice crackers with wasabi. Some have like very little wasabi. Some have a little more. Some of them have just a shitload. It's supposed to be like a surprise, I think. It's definitely surprising.
The facility, sorry, 1 second. In other news, following President Trump's bold executive actions protecting American children from irreversible chemical and surgical mutilation, the largest provider of these barbaric practices will now be closing its doors. The facility in Los Angeles, California, is just the latest facility downsizing or eliminating their irreversible and harmful services that feed into the lie that you can somehow change a child's sex. The Biden administration peddled dangerous policies that defied medical science in favor of radical transgender ideology. But President Trump has put an end to that to ensure America's children's innocence is protected and our children can lead healthy and productive lives. Finally, last night, Senate Republicans passed President Trump's $9 billion rescissions package. This will help restore fiscal sanity in our country by rescinding billions in wasteful foreign aid.
I think we're drifting to close, slammed into the top of the call chain. I don't know. Usually we get some kind of pullback.
Ridiculously used federal dollars to push a partisan
Usually later in the day, though.
Agenda for many years. The House should pass this rescissions package immediately and send it to the president's desk for signature. On another note, I know that many in the media have been speculating about bruising on the president's hand and also swelling in the president's legs. So,
I was able to meet Levitt in person this week. She can be as unhinged and private as she is charming. Whatever she's doing, it's aged her from 28 to 40 and seems to be taking a toll. She's got a lot of like what appears to be like mania going on.
The president underwent a comprehensive examination, including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity
He works in Washington.
Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70. Importantly, there was no evidence of...
You don't marry an Italian grandpa at 25 without having some issues. Well, you do if he's rich. I'd marry a rich Italian grandpa at 25.
D-dimer, B-type natriuretic peptide, and cardiac biomarkers. All results were within normal limits.
What's she
An
talking about?
echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified. Additionally, recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with
it's
minor
about his
soft
health.
tissue irritation from frequent handshaking.
The great leader is in
Aspirin,
perfect health until the day he
taken as
drops
part
dead
of
in front of
standard
everyone.
Cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you witness on a daily basis here. So the president wanted me to share that note with all of you. I'm happy to take further questions on it. We will provide the memorandum from the president's position to all of you, as we always do. And we'll get to questions. Here in our new media seat, we have Frank Corva, who's the White House correspondent for Bitcoin Magazine, which comes at a timely week with crypto legislation moving across Capitol Hill. So why don't you kick us off, Frank, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Ms. Levitt.
Sure.
I was curious to hear if the president was in favor of removing any and all language around central bank digital currencies from the Genius Act, maybe as a means to get it across the line.
Girl snake who scout.
Question was about something the president spoke about in this room. He talked about a $600 de minimis tax exemption for Bitcoin and other crypto spending.
You know what? I would bet that if Trump died right now, they would like weekend at Bernie's him for at least a couple weeks.
In support of that, we are definitely receptive to it to make crypto payments easier and more efficient for those who seek to use crypto as simple as buying a cup of coffee. Of course, right now that cannot happen, but with the de minimis exemption, perhaps it could in the future, and we will continue to explore legislative solutions to accomplish that. As for the central bank digital currency and the Genius Act, which you noted has passed through Congress and will be sent to the president's desk.
They would blame his death on people asking for the Epstein files.
We have the votes, and we expect it to get to the president's desk, and we are planning.
Those questions aren't allowed.
Afternoon, all of you will get more details on that. This piece of legislation is going to make America the crypto.
He said stop asking about it. That was an executive order on Truth Social.
He made that promise to the American people on the campaign, and while it's not
Vance doesn't have the support of Congress.
He did sign in January executive order banning a central bank digital currency. The administration supports Congress's efforts to codify that executive order into law, and I believe there will be future pieces of legislation in regards to crypto that will be moving through Capitol Hill. The president looks forward to signing them, and he looks forward to signing them.
Who was asking about his bruised hands?
Being with us today.
You remember like celebrity tabloids? Those still exist, except they're generated by AI now. And that's all Trump reads. So like, when he's looking to inform himself on the current global news and geopolitics, you know, he reads things like the National Enquirer, and they're like, oh man, look at these bruises on the back of Trump's hands. And then he's instantly incensed with rage, and he instructs his press secretary to comment on those bruises.
To Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous crimes. It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did. The Attorney General and the FBI, led by Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, these are great patriots, some of the most trusted voices in the Republican Party movement. It's part
Those
of
rags still exist? How? Those are right-wing media. New York Post.
And they spent many months going through all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein, and they concluded what they
National
found in
Enquirer,
which they drafted and they released. And so the president
Home and Garden. I don't know what the rest of them are called.
Promises to the American people, but he doesn't like to see Democrats and the mainstream media covering this like it's the biggest story that the American people care about. The president has been working so hard this week. On Tuesday, he went to Pennsylvania, where he secured $90 billion in investments for the Commonwealth, for the people of that state. After that, he came back to the Oval Office at 8 p.m. He went in there to whip votes to get the Genius Act signed into law. And because of his efforts, that
no one
bill
cares.
is now going to be signed
Epstein.
and passed. The following day, yesterday, he meets with a foreign leader, the King of Bahrain, to secure more investments into this
No one
country.
cares.
And then yesterday afternoon, the president is in the East Room of the White House mourning with parents who have lost their children because of fentanyl, signing a bipartisan piece of legislation. And not a single cable network in this country took that event live and covered that event like they should. Those are the issues the president cares about. What could be more important to the American people than helping families who have lost
Ooh, I know. Is our president a pedophile?
Representative Massey collecting signatures that would force a discharge petition for a vote on the floor for this. It doesn't seem to be going away. What is
Oh, look at the rage building inside of her. She's like visibly breathing more heavily.
Grand jury information,
Like,
putting out
oh, you know what? I think maybe the Epstein thing is what like cracks her psychological
Well, in terms of redactions or grand jury seals, those are
foundation.
questions for the Department of Justice. Those are also questions for the judges who have that information under a seal, and that would have to be requested in a judgment.
Nostril flare,
Because
yeah.
it's out of the president's control.
There's
has
now
said
more
in
minutes
an agreement
missing
with
from the video.
Capitol Hill that if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice come across any other credible evidence, they should provide that to the American people. The president has said that, and he agrees with them on
why
that.
did he fire Maureen Comey?
The Department of Justice did, and I would defer you to them. Dasha.
Has the White House been directly in touch with some of the MAGA influencers that are still not satisfied with the administration's handling? And has the message to them been similar to what the president has said, which is sort of either let this go or we don't need your support?
Well, look, the president and this team are always in contact with the president's supporters with voices of many kinds on both sides of the aisle. I think that's part of the reason this president is a great president, because he's
I've never
willing to
been
listen and
contacted.
hear other people's perspectives, but ultimately he has led this country not just over the past 6 months to historic success, but also in
Keto!
his 4 years as president. And as the leader and the creator of the MAGA movement, he has led through these perilous times for our country based on instinct and in the
6
best
a.m. in the
interest of
morning,
country. And as
and
I
then
always
6
say,
p.m. at night,
the American people should trust
roughly.
in President Trump.
on
John,
the Fed
go
chair?
ahead, John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. The president on Monday announced that if there's not compliance with
Can you talk
Russia
about
within
positioning and
50
where we're
days,
likely
there
to
would be
close? Right here.
increased tariffs. Can you explain?
There's a lot of
that
sold calls
first
above
what
us,
happens
and then there's sold
if
puts below us.
Russia doesn't end
So
its
somewhere
war with
between
Ukraine
here
in
and
50 days.
Well, in 50 days,
62.85.
as the president clearly laid out, if there is not a ceasefire agreement or a peace deal within that time frame, if Russia
Unless we get some sort of
refuses
news
to
shock.
legitimately agree to a ceasefire, then they will face very steep tariffs, and they will also face secondary sanctions. So countries that are purchasing oil from Russia will be sanctioned as well, and of course that will do deep damage to Russia's economy. And I would just add that the president wants this war to end with a diplomatic solution. He's been pushing for it. This administration has spent many hours and a lot of time trying to solve this war very far away, but the president wants to stop the killing and he wants to save lives.
As far as
Reagan,
the first part
go
of
ahead.
what you were saying, Caroline, the
Reagan,
first
go
part,
ahead.
I have two questions for you.
just
There's
about-
hope for the
okay,
6290,
just about
6300
the
bear
first
calls
part.
I
I get
sold.
the secondary tariffs.
How much
But
money
there's
did you
only
get for
$3
him?
billion worth of trade between the U.S. and Russia in 2024. It's expected to be far less this particular year. On April
Jay
2nd,
Fresh,
both
can
and
you
the
sign
Secretary
up for the
said
White
it's
House?
not
You have enough
necessary
followers
to
on
apply
Twitter
any tariffs
to
on
sign up
Russia.
for the White
He
House
said
press
that,
pass.
because
Can you go
of the
there
lack
and
of trade
represent Gamma Strike and
precludes,
say
that's the word you used,
exactly that?
the need for tariffs. Why now, and why do you think that that would make them cave and come to some sort of peace agreement as it relates to Ukraine?
$3 billion is still a lot of money, John, and it's not just tariffs, it's the secondary sanctions as well that will be implemented in 50 days. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions.
Wait, what's being implemented in 50 days?
Congresswoman Salazar introduced legislation that would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. 10 Republicans signed on to what she's calling the Dignity Act. I'm curious what the White House's position is on the legislation and if the president would veto this bill if it made it to its desk.
From my understanding, the White House nor the president has actually read through this legislation. We've been focused on, of course, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which passed, which is another historic accomplishment of this president in record time. The
Passing a
Genius
bill
Act
is
this
not a
week, the
historic
rescissions
accomplishment.
package, that's been the focus of the White House, but the president has made it very clear he will not support amnesty for illegal aliens in any way.
Secondary
I wanted to
sanctions?
give you a chance to respond to the CEO of NPR. She's claiming that the cuts to their network will, quote, be a real risk to public safety of the country. Murkowski has argued that public broadcasting stations...
Or did she
save
just
lives.
smirk a little?
Could you respond to these concerns?
The NPR CEO said cutting NPR will be a risk to public safety. I am not sure how NPR helps the public safety of our country, but I do know that NPR, unfortunately, has become really just a propaganda voice for the left. Just a few examples for you. In 2020,
Like you
NPR
are for the
refused to
right?
cover refused to cover
Pot
the Hunter
kettle.
Biden laptop scandal in the run-up to the election. They said their assertions don't amount to much, writing they did not want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions. That does not sound like an unbiased opinion. That sounds like a partisan opinion to me. And this is a taxpayer-funded organization. In 2018, that same CEO that you're talking about called the president in the Oval Office, who nearly 80 million Americans elected, she called him racist, shared a photo of herself wearing a Biden
I just got
for
a
President
lucrative
campaign
offer as a
hat,
taste
served on the
tester for
board of a
Smith & Wesson.
Soros-funded activist group.
Happy 3
In
years of me
2020,
sending you money, Pickle Man.
PBS's White House correspondent at the time characterized
Wait,
President
what?
Trump's speech then at Mount
That's
Rushmore
not
as
funny.
a love letter to white resentment, promoting the myth of America. In 2017,
You okay, dude?
PBS devoted an entire panel talking about what it means to be woke and
It's
white
fucking
privilege.
dark as shit.
In 2023, PBS's Washington Week Roundtable covered up Joe Biden's clear mental divide. That's actually quite the clip. I would encourage all of you to look at it. These are not honest news organizations. These are partisan, left-wing outlets that are funded by the taxpayers. And this administration does not believe it's a good use of the taxpayers' time and money. Ed Lawrence.
Yeah, thanks, Carol. I want to ask you about the Federal Reserve. So does the president believe that the slightly restrictive monetary policy stance right now, could that cause an economic slowdown? And if he does believe that, when?
What pause are you referring to?
No, could the stance of the monetary policy is slightly restrictive? Does the president believe that that stance, the slightly restrictive stance, could cause an economic slowdown in itself?
I haven't heard the president discuss that specifically, but what I do know in regards to the Federal Reserve is the president's been very transparent about his displeasure with both the policies and the management of the Fed, and he spoke about that to all of you pretty extensively in the Oval Office yesterday.
And last month, one more if I could. Last month, the Canadian Prime Minister said the president had agreed to a July 21st deadline to sort of work towards a trade agreement. That's 4 days from now. Could there be a trade agreement with Canada in 4 days?
Well, look, we'll see. The trade team continues to be very active in our conversations and discussions with Canada. The president himself has said, unfortunately, our neighbors to the north have been pretty difficult to deal with when it comes to matters on trade. But in trade, generally speaking, as you know, 25 countries have received letters thus far from the president directly with his big, beautiful signature on them, from Japan to Korea, South Africa, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, just a few countries, and Canada also received a letter for 35%. With that said, if countries want to have legitimate further discussions, the Trump administration and the president's trade team are willing to have further talks, but these letters these countries have been receiving are the deals. And as the president has said, those deals will be made. They are tailor-made to each and every country based on the United States' concerns and what's in the best interest of the American worker and the American people. Charlie, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
No, I called on Charlie, but Deanna, you can go ahead too. Go ahead.
The president said that he floated the idea of a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. Can you confirm that? And has he asked the Attorney General to do this, to appoint a special prosecutor to look it over?
Well, the idea was floated from someone in the media to the president. The president would not recommend a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. That's how he feels. And as for his discussions with the Attorney General, I'm not sure. Deanna.
Thank you so much.
I have some inside information on his discussion with the AG. Bury it right now. Nobody can ever see the list.
I won't discuss the president's private conversations with the Speaker of the House, but as I answered to Jackie's question earlier, the president has said if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice and the FBI have any more credible evidence...
I was in the room. I also heard that.
They should put that forward. He has called on them to do that. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. With a few days.
I'll go to all of you, starting with the lady in the blue. Go ahead.
With a few days to the August 9th deadline, how are the negotiations with Europe going? There's some sticking points. What are they? Can we expect a delay, or should we expect a deal soon?
Well, I believe the deadline is August 1st. As for the European Union, they continue to be very eager in negotiating with our country for obvious reasons on ways to lower their tariff and their non-tariff barriers that we have long said harm our workers and our companies. So the president's trade team...
Didn't they fire Comey?
Talks with the European Union.
Would he accept, or would he put forth a postponement of the August 1st?
He's already said he will not. Oh, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Caroline. In Gaza today, Holy Family Catholic.
So the list disappeared and they're firing all the people with knowledge of the list?
10 wounded. What is the president's reaction to that church coming under fire?
It was not a positive reaction. He called Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning to address
That's not
strikes on that
suspicious at
church in
all, or
Gaza.
really obvious.
I understand the Prime Minister agreed to put out a statement. It was a mistake by the Israelis to hit that Catholic church. That's what the Prime Minister relayed to the President, and you should look at the Prime Minister's statement that will be coming out. Steve, go ahead.
Back to your letter that you read at the beginning.
Sure.
The president, you said mild swelling in his legs.
Yes,
is
sir.
it causing him?
Yeah, fire Obama.
How are you treating it?
Nope. No discomfort from the president at all, and you probably all see that on a day-to-day basis. He's working around the clock. As for the treatments, I can defer to the president's physician, and we'll get you this letter. I think it will answer all your questions.
All right, one sec.
Reports that a Chinese-born banker who works in Atlanta for Wells Fargo is being prevented from leaving China. Has the president, is he going to bring this up with President Xi? Are you aware of the case?
I'm not aware of the case, but I'm sure our National Security Council team is. Steve will get you some answers on that. Kristen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. So the first is that President Trump said that the Attorney General only gave him a brief overview of what was in these Epstein files. Does he have knowledge or an understanding of what is in the files related to Epstein that have not been released?
Not to my knowledge, and that's a question for the Attorney General, as I said, and the President has told the Attorney General if they have any more credible evidence, they should release it.
Is that evidence, would she have to run that by the President before she released it?
I don't think so. He said if she has any more credible evidence, she should release it.
Go
ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, yes.
Great. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. One, today.
And you can go ahead, Andrew. Don't worry.
Today, tens of thousands of folks are rallying nationwide to honor the legacy of Congressman John Lewis. Meanwhile, Republicans in Texas reportedly are working to redraw congressional maps at President Trump's urging. How is President Trump reconciling his call to action for Texas Republicans with the legacy of Representative John Lewis?
I'm not quite sure how the two things are related. I think the president would agree that John Lewis served our country for many, many years. It has nothing to do with the redistricting efforts that are currently underway by Texas Republicans to add seats to their legislature. They have the right to do that. The president spoke to the congressmen and women who serve the great state of Texas about it, but it's up to them and it's up to their legislature to get that approved.
And Caroline, just a second question.
Go
Does
ahead.
the president support the Justice Department's request for just 1 day in jail for the officer convicted in Breonna Taylor's killing? And what message does he believe that sends to her family and to other families seeking justice in cases of police violence?
I haven't talked to the president about that case. Go ahead.
Just the president, when the president met the interim president of Syria a couple of months ago, he described him as a young, tough, attractive guy. After the latest clashes in Syria over the last few days, does President Trump still support Syria's interim president?
The president still supports Syria's pathway to a peaceful and prosperous country, and you received an update directly from the Secretary of State on the ongoing situation between Syria and Israel. I spoke to him myself this morning to get an update, and as soon as the United States became involved in this conflict, we were able to de-escalate, deconflict. That seems to be continuing. Syria agreed to draw back their troops that were in the area where that clash was ongoing, and we continue to be very actively monitoring the situation. The president wants to see Syria become a prosperous and stable country, and by the lifting of the sanctions on Syria, he's giving them a real chance to do that, and he wants to see that through. Andrew, go ahead.
So on Tuesday, the president told a very detailed story about his uncle, noted scientist John Trump, and Theodore Kaczynski, the late Unabomber. He said that Dr. Trump taught Ted Kaczynski. Ted Kaczynski was not identified as the Unabomber until 1996, 11 years after John Trump passed away. It would have been impossible for John Trump to have ever discussed the Unabomber with the president. So what was he talking about? And I have one follow-up.
Andrew, with so many issues going on in the world, I'm a little bit surprised you would ask such a question, although I'm not sometimes coming from you, I will say, but I'm willing to give you an answer. Nevertheless, the president's uncle did, in fact, teach at MIT. He was a very intelligent professor. The president's very proud of his family. In fact, the president has a letter from his uncle on the MIT letterhead that sits in the Oval Office dining room. Maybe we'll let you see it sometime.
And then
Elizabeth.
Caroline, one more on.
Elizabeth,
will the
go ahead.
president consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell
Elizabeth,
if
go
the
ahead.
Epstein case is a hoax?
Okay, I'll start off with the president said last week he would not be getting involved in the New York City mayoral case. If that mayoral race, if that's still the case, given his history drawing a large crowd in New York City, what's his reason for staying out of it in that way?
Well, look, I think the president reserves the right to get involved in races or not get involved in races, and he's made the decision not to weigh in on the New York mayoral race, as you rightly pointed out, although he has gone as far to say he absolutely does not want to see Zemdami elected, who is a known communist who supports the abolishment of private property, the defunding of police. He has made very well-known anti-Semitic statements. It would be a disaster for New York and for this country, and I think it's quite telling that this individual, a known communist, has been spending time in Washington this week meeting with leaders on Capitol Hill. This is truly where the Democrat Party is headed. Clearly, they learned nothing from November 5th in the president's overwhelming victory. Mary, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I want to backtrack to the hospitals that have stopped providing transgender surgeries and hormones for kids. On this front, does that have anything to do with the DOJ subpoenas last week? Should we expect any more hospitals be shutting down their programs? And I wanted to also ask what you make of all these media reports, especially the AP, which I noticed, which portrays these children as losing something that's saving their lives.
Yes, I think the president spoke a lot about this issue, which is a political issue, but also really a cultural issue that impacts children and families. He talked about it a lot on the campaign, and I think he was quite surprised by the uptick we were seeing in the embracement by the Democrat Party when it comes to the chemical castration and mutilation of young, innocent bodies. And so the president made it a very early priority to sign very strong executive orders to cut off the funding for any hospital or any medical facility in this country that provides such barbaric procedures. And as a result of that strong policy and the president's strong common sense position on this issue, we've had such an overwhelming response, which is great for children in Arizona. Phoenix Children's Hospital has stopped providing puberty blockers and hormone therapy to minors. In California, Stanford Medicine ended sex change surgeries for minors. Children's Hospital Los Angeles is closing its Center for Trans Youth Health and Development surgical program. In Illinois, Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago stopped sex change surgeries. Again, let's think about what we're talking about here. Sex change surgeries for minors. These are barbaric practices that no child, innocent child, should have to endure. And the president wants to protect the innocence of children, and I know the vast majority of Americans support him in that effort. This is a wildly popular and common sense endeavor this administration has taken, and we've seen many of these medical institutions have followed through with the president's executive orders, but we'll continue to take further action on this important issue. Garrett.
I too, if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
On the rescissions package, I wonder what the White House makes of this theory that it increases the odds of a shutdown. The theory is basically, why would any Democrat vote for a bipartisan spending deal with Republicans if Republicans can turn around and claw the money back the next day?
Look, $9 billion worth of crap that it was in our federal funding that is now being rescinded. This is a good thing for the American people and the American taxpayer, and I think our Office of Management and Budget Director was saying this process should be more bipartisan. Democrats, there was a time in this country where Democrats too cared about getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal spending. I think every American agrees the government spends way too much money on things that don't matter. Some of those things include PBS and NPR, or for instance, the Democracy Fund, which was funded to the tune of $83 million through the Department of State, but they were giving hundreds of thousands of dollars for gender equality and empowerment hubs in Yemen, $3.9 million
more calls
for
closing.
strengthening information integrity, equality, and democracy for LGBTQI
Sold
population
puts
of
are
the
not,
Western
though.
Balkans. These are not good uses of the taxpayer funds, and Republicans are proud to lead that effort, and we wish more Democrats would join us in that.
I wanted to follow up on the Maureen Comey question just to clarify. Did the White House have any knowledge, or did the president sign off on her firing?
This was a decision that was made by the Department of Justice.
There was an agreement that was made between Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services regarding access to Medicaid information for 92 million Medicaid recipients around the country. That includes health information. So how does that not violate HIPAA violations and privacy concerns, for example, of American citizens?
I'm going to have to defer you to Immigration and Customs Enforcement on that. I'm unfamiliar with that agreement that they made.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 questions. Russ Vought said today he's going to be looking into cost overruns in the Fed's renovation projects. Is there a deadline for him to come back with findings to the president?
I don't believe there's a deadline the president has set for Russ Vought, but I think, again, this is a good use of taxpayers' time to look into this project that is millions and millions of dollars over budget. It's for a big, beautiful mansion for the federal chairman, reserve chairman, and I understand that it costs much more than it did.
Did you think you were going to score a free nut, Jay Fresh?
When we went overseas. So it's completely unnecessary, it's overpriced, and I think it's a good thing the administration, led by the president, is looking into it.
If there ever were to find wrongdoing or fraud, would the president reconsidering firing Jerome Powell?
Look, it's a hypothetical question. We'll see where it goes. The president spoke about how he feels on this matter yesterday.
Sure.
Sure,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much, Caroline. So we saw Ambassador Huckabee arrive to Prime Minister Netanyahu's trial to show his support. Does the president plan to impose any kind of sanctions against the Israel judicial system?
I don't have any update for you on that or any announcement on that front. I don't believe so.
Does the president believe that justice has been served in the Epstein case?
Look, the president believes that he directed the Department of Justice to do an exhaustive and thorough review, and they did that. And they all agreed, the FBI director, the deputy FBI director,
Texas
the
Attorney General Ken
memo that they
Paxton
drafted, and they
threatened to arrest state Democrats who obstruct plans to draw new congressional maps in Texas.
Senator Salazar's bill, it grants illegal aliens with legal status for 7-year increments. It also gives permanent path to residency for so-called dreamers. And, you know, President Trump and Labor Secretary Chavez, who previously co-sponsored a version of this bill when she was in the House, they've spoken about a work deal similar to the bill, I believe. What's the difference between a work deal and amnesty?
Look, as I told Reagan, the president, the White House have not reviewed this specific piece of legislation. It's just not where our focus has been. But the president, for one, has been very clear he does not support amnesty. We'll go to, look at some friends in the back. Brian, go ahead. You didn't show up early enough to get some good real estate up here.
I love it. Any update on the auto pen? I know that there was the DOJ and some others were looking into the thousands of documents that were
Let's
signed
talk
off
about something that's
just
nonsense.
Joe Biden left office. Any update on the auto pen?
Yes. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at how far away you are, and you're going to need to get some microphones back there. On the auto pen investigation, yes. The White House counsel's office has launched their own investigation into former President Biden's usage of the auto pen. We have requested some documents from the National Archives, and again, as I've said many times from this podium, and the president has said as well, it's incredibly important that we get to the bottom of who really was at the tip of the spear in the decision-making process.
Ooh,
here at the
Amazon
White House,
announced
because
cuts.
Former President Biden himself
Layoffs in the
admitted to the New York Times, I understand
AWS
he never
division.
gave interviews when he was here, but now all of a sudden he wants to give one. And he said that he did not actually review every single pardon that he signed on his way out the door. That's incredibly concerning, and I can tell you it's something this president would never tolerate. This is a president who is signing things all the time. Any document that has legal implications, this president's signature is on it because he's the one making the decisions. It does not appear that was the truth in the previous White House, and I know the American people want to receive answers on who was running the show because the decisions that were made in this place really destroyed our country, and we deserve to get to the bottom of it. Mark, in the back.
Yes, they are. The decisions being made in that place are destroying our country.
As quickly to travel to Israel, and it's been elevated to Ambassador Huckabee's.
Actual engineers.
Is the White House aware of that? Does it have any reaction to that? And is that part of the president's disappointment with Netanyahu and his government?
Look, I'm not aware of that, Mark, but I'm sure, again, our National Security Council is, and also the State Department, as you know, travel visas roll through Secretary Rubio's shop over there, whom we work very closely with. So we will check in on the matter. But I know overall, this president and the administration do want to streamline the visa process to make it easier for both Americans who want to travel abroad and people abroad who want to come to our country the legal way. Sure. Go ahead. I was going to the gentleman above you, but go ahead, Libby, and then you can go.
Okay, two questions for you. The first is, during the Whole Nation Summit, Secretary Noem suggested there could be some changes to TSA's liquid limits.
Ooh, Lanza
Is
Jets.
that an idea that he's backing? And what would that timeline and the changes look like?
Sure. I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security, but I did see Secretary Noem's comments, and I think it's great that on day one she asked TSA, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? How can we make air travel more efficient while maintaining utmost security for American passengers and travelers? And I know they announced no more shoes, or you don't need to take off your shoes anymore at the airport, which I think is welcome news to all of us who travel a lot. But further guidance or decisions, of course, that's in the Secretary of Homeland Security's overview, and I would defer to her.
And the other question for you is on Bondi and Burgum's trip today to Alcatraz. I'm curious what the funding is going to look like for that and who the president does want to see incarcerated there if it were to become.
Sure. Well, this was an idea of the president. He spoke about it in May, and he directed his administration to review a reopening plan for Alcatraz if it is possible, which is why the Attorney General and the Secretary of Interior have traveled there today. They are touring the site, and if the Alcatraz prison is reopened, it would be under the purview of the Bureau of Prisons. And the Secretary of Interior also would play a big role in this as well. So they're there to review the site today, and I'm sure you'll hear more from them on it later. And just to follow up, Libby, on who the president wants to see housed in Alcatraz, the worst of the worst criminals in this country, both American criminals who convict heinous crimes, but also illegal alien criminals before deportation as well. Sure. Go ahead.
The State Department yesterday urged the Chinese Communist Party to cease its campaign to eradicate Falun Gong, a peaceful spiritual practice. With the anniversary of this brutal persecution approaching, does the White House have a message for the CCP on this?
Well, I will get you one, and we will get back to you. Sure. Go ahead. We'll take. Go ahead, and then go ahead. Sure. I've never called on you. Why don't you go ahead? In the red tie.
Hello.
Dr. Harper behind.
Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Me, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you, Caroline.
Yes, you. What's your name?
My name is Matthias. Thank you.
What's your outlet?
I'm for Record TV, Brazil.
Great.
Brazil's President Lula recently said that President Trump was elected to govern the United States and not to act as the emperor of the world. And he also emphasized that Brazil is open to negotiation. I'd like to hear what you have to say about it, what the administration has to say about it, and specifically what areas are currently open to negotiation in the light of the 50% tariffs that were announced.
Sure. The president is certainly not trying to be the emperor of the world. He is a strong president for the United States of America, and he's also the leader of the free world. And we've seen a great shift across the entire globe because of the strong leadership of this president. In regards to Brazil, the president sent a letter to Brazil announcing their new tariff percentage. He also directed our USTR ambassador Jamison Greer to launch an investigation of Brazil under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974.
I bought in some like short dating calls on CoreWeave this morning.
Practices that are affecting U.S. commerce. For years, we know Brazil's
I don't know if I'm going to add them here.
IP protections have undermined U.S. tech and innovative companies.
Like it filled the downside gap.
Deforestation and other environmental practices puts American
I guess see if it gets support and moves back above gamma neutral.
Who follow better environmental standards at a competitive disadvantage. So this president always acts in the best interest of the American people and the United States of America, and he will continue to do so. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you later. I appreciate the enthusiasm today.
I was thinking about going long route into Carvana's earnings. But I think I might have found something even cooler. Hmm. Debt to equity is very high. I'm sure consumer sentiment's fairly flat. Oh, and they've got a new CFO. Hmm. Calls at 6,300 bought. Some of them. I would say the spike in call premium from the presser endings probably already starting to die off a little. Lots of bot calls at like 62.95. Yeah, it is. I missed the end of the presser. Did her head explode? No, she called on a bunch of like Republican TikTokers, and then they helped calm her down. Have you guys ever seen that movie with it's got like Matthew Broderick in it and like Reese Witherspoon, and he plays like a teacher in like a high school, and he has an affair with one of his students. Yeah, Election. Reese Witherspoon's character in that movie. That was such a weird movie. But Reese Witherspoon's character in that movie is just like the press secretary. Hmm. Would the pickle jar be interested in a stock with 500% possible returns or infinite losses? I haven't done a DD in a long time, but I want to do one on this. I don't like your guys' reaction though. Like you're hype. I don't want you to be hype. Return of the King. I just sold somewhere 6,300 calls. But I think as this falls, I'm going to start to hedge those off a little bit. Oh, this would be a buy and hold. But it's like very much in the same vein as like Riley or Fubo or something like that. You know just what to say. You had me at Lambo or food stamps. You know I want the absolute end of whatever chain we're talking about here. I don't even know if it has fucking options. Or if it's gonna be delisted. It's not top. It's very much a penny stock. Oh my god, it has warrants? What? This is perfect. Hmm. Wait, hold on. July 28th. Hmm. Okay, we'll talk about it soon. Hmm. Can this pull back to 90? Yeah. Could pull back as far as like 85, actually. There's some out of the money calls being bought to close at 63.10. Not too many of them though. No, not Wolf. Although Wolf was really good last time. This one's tough. It's got a very compelling case, but it's risky as fuck. Jesus. And that's the 12th? That was the 12th of last month. How did we miss Joby? Because the only time I ever had any position on Joby was like when it went to like $10. And then I sold it. Because the company's worth nothing. Well, no, but it could potentially be worth like $1 billion, maybe. Hmm. $58 million on hand. Can sold calls squeeze here? Yeah. Let me see if the upside range has moved at all. Yeah, still looks like 63, 63.05 is as high as it can go. Hmm. There's a shitload of put selling at 95 and 6,300 that's going on. So they're really trying to hold the support here. Hmm. They have a market cap of 71 million. 58 million of that is cash on hand. Huh. No, that company's private. Jeff. Still think there'll be an end of day dump. We could get a little bit of a pullback. Not much of one, but a little. I still think we could pull back to maybe like, I don't know, like 92 or something. Maybe 87, although that seems unlikely. There's no delta to the upside here. Huh. Like the stream and he reveals the ticker? No, not yet. I've got to look into some stuff. It might actually be too risky. Explain infinite loss without options. I was joking. You already asked how he felt about infinite risk from the get-go. Yeah, but there's a very fine line between, you know, an awesome stock like Upstart or Fubo and an absolute piece of shit like Revlon. Real talk though, warrants, that is an aspect of this. All the greatest hits. It did not appear on a Gamma Strike scanner. Hmm. This isn't gonna drop, is it? What, the index? Probably will pull back a little. I hope it does. I still have sold calls at 6,300. I'm expecting a rejection of some kind of 6,300, but this market seems to have some special strength at the moment. I wouldn't expect a sharp rejection, given how high gamma is here, but a slow, grindy one, possibly. Just want to let you know, I'm going to win this week. Yeah, I know. If Trump hadn't tacoed, I definitely would have won. Wait, oh, could Dork beat you? Dork could still beat you, technically. Listen to yourself. Well, you could have just fired J-Pow. No, I don't want your warrants, Gray Pubes. How is a gray name #1? I don't know, but he is. Brett hasn't shown up to give me the rest of his paycheck yet, so... I'm doing research. No, I'm #1. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? Have you guys figured out how to abuse the ranking system already? The guy literally wrote the letter to fire him, showed everyone, and then didn't fire him? Okay, now you're the delusional one. Trump can't write. Basically, if no money is spent, the first person to talk in chat with 3 messages every 30 minutes gets to be #1. And then if money is spent, that person's just #1 for the rest of the day. I need to somehow incentivize this ranking system. Maybe I only answer questions from the top 3 users. Yeah, pay to win. Poe was #1 as soon as the stream started. The price action should be labeled as #2. I prefer round numbers, so I'll put more work into the next one. Thanks, JBrush. Perverse incentives. They just want you people to talk more. Maybe it's just something they roll out to chats that aren't talking enough. Yeah, yes, new all-time high. There's actually a nice little trend going on there. Ooh. New trend? Did we tap 305? Almost. 304.69? What's rigged? I only have 200 XP. Bullshit. DDDJ Dave is 43rd place. Although JFresh is moving up the rankings. Stop spamming the chat with ones. I think you get rewarded for just being here all day. Not chats. It's like chat rate over time, not just like spamming chat, JFresh. I'm gonna look this thing up. The leaderboard reflects and ranks each viewer's engagement in a live stream. Viewers earn points by actively engaging during the stream. And the leaderboard displays the audience ranking based on their total points. The more viewers engage, live chat, messages, super chat, super stickers, gifts, likes, the higher they may rank on the leaderboard. As viewers engage with a live stream, they'll notice that the crown icon at the top of the chat, which displays the cumulative points they've earned for engaging with that specific live stream. Clicking on this icon will take viewers directly to the leaderboard to see the top 50 engaged viewers. The top 3 engaged viewers even get a special badge next to their name in live chat. So, yeah, basically, if someone donates $1, they move to number 1. I think they removed membership gifting entirely. Or I can't gift memberships. I used to be able to gift memberships. But I think they've actually taken it away. Oh, fuck. Here it goes. Oh damn! Eat my CNB, JFresh. I'm gonna waste my monthly chat not complaining about still being subscribed. Gotta get those XP XOXO. I'll remember next month. I don't need your trophies or your gold. Okay. Pay to win Kirk's love. That's how it's always worked. I kind of want to sell the 6300, 6305 when it's fully in the money, but I don't know how dumb that is. Well, it might be dumb because it never happens. I think maybe you got an extra 25 XP for everything. Poe Dangles is still number 3. Is it like XP per dollar spent? It's totally rigged. I don't know if it updates that quickly. I demand a recount. This is absurd. I have no fucking clue how many messages Puddin' Flaps is sending. Made it easier to stamp when you had some good knowledge. Yeah, Gamma Strike should have a clock somewhere. Oh wait, we do. It's right on the screen. The chain updates. So your formula about how bad you were trading seems to be increasing 25 to 35 XP for each of my messages. I'm not sure how the scoring is working. Me either. Volatility is going up here, so we're squeezing out some of the sold calls, I'd imagine. There's a gap back at 6302. NQ's starting to fail a little. Or at least it looks weak. Yes, does not. So I'd imagine this move up backed by breadth. We did test the upper trend line on ES after forming a new all-time high. But we're still slightly above the MM's expected move, which would have us pull back to like 93. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Let's. 6300's maybe a little supportive. There's a lot of sold calls there, though. Because they already pumped every NQ stock that matters as high as they can. That's not true. Mostly. Tesla could get pumped more. Probably Google. Hmm. It's a scam to get YouTube more money. Probably, yeah. They either get more money from you or they get more money from advertisers because your engagement's up. From Fang to Mag 7, the rise of the triad. Yep. Well, we talked about this like last year, right? If as time passed, concentration would probably just get worse within the Mag 7 versus the Mag 7 expanding. And that's kind of what's happened here. Is like the market's largely given up on like Amazon and Apple's and Google's business models. There's a little button at the bottom of the leaderboard to donate. 22% of what was in the video? AI slop is bloating Amazon book sales. So wait, people are buying AI slop books? Who? Why? Why are they buying them? Who's printing them? Ah. Do we still have like an hour left of this shit? Jesus Christ. Feel free to discuss the topic. I at everyone and witness us. What is this? Jesus Christ. I want you to hear you say lots of puts came in at 62.90. No, but a lot of puts are coming in at 6,300. Bought puts. I don't know if we'll end the day below 6,300, but we can definitely fall below 6,300. Looking at GS, where can I find these bot puts? It might be a little hard, but you would look at IV and volume here. Brazil. Nice. Actually, JFresh is correct. Castles in the sky. Gamma Flip's doing weird shit. Delta's falling off. So that's probably a good sign. That's a debilitating case of cankles, JFresh. Hmm. Boring. I'm just gonna be pinned here at 6,300 plus minus $5. Yeah, that's very likely. Ideally, minus $5. So I can close my sold calls. I did sell a couple more up at 6,305, so I could average them up. Why is it that everything Google adds to YouTube ultimately sucks? Money? Like, well, even this. Like, this could be a way to extract money from people, but make it more fun. More dynamic. Every action you do, like, have like a little pop-up that shows you how many points you made. Right? Like, give you that instant dopamine hit. Keep it coming. Yeah, this is very likely the last stop on the bullish bus line. What was your recommended computer chair again? Steel case. Shit, I forgot what it's called. It's the one I'm sitting in. Gesture. What do you do for a living? I determine how many YouTube points you should get for clicking on a sticker button to keep you on the site longer. Steel case, fuck for short. What? The gesture? Oh, I see. Nice. Gherkin, we've been sitting at your desk for 4 years and never got a tour of the office. I know. Did you think that was I've shown you the wood panel. You know Thunder works for Steelcase, Chad? Like Thunder 86 in the pickle jar? He also works for Steelcase. I don't want a sticker. I want another chair. I want to try the Leap this time, I think. No, never mind. No, I don't. I just want another gesture. Or a Ciento? Ooh, what's this one? Hold on. Oh, that's very executive-like. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. That's your quant, Gherk. Yeah, I know. He's got some issues. As long as they don't interfere with his work, then I don't care. Yeah, what do you want to know about Meta? It looks like it has plenty of room to move higher. It's just not doing that. Why is it so fucking flat? IV's still going up. We left a gap at 6302. I want to be very clear that this is 100% slowing me down. As a seller of 6,300 calls, I don't know if I fully agree. I am profitable if we close right here. So, I mean, I guess that's not too bad. I just sold more 6,300s at 6,305. Does it expire right at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow? No, they expire tonight at 4 p.m., but the price is determined based on the opening price of the market tomorrow. Gap fill. As a fellow seller of 6,300 calls, I'd prefer we close below 6,300. Yeah. You really think this is the last stop on the bull train for today? Probably. I mean, there's really nothing to the upside of us, so. Yeah, he sold the AM call. I don't care if there's more upside tomorrow. I just care that there's not more upside today. I'm too chicken for that. Why? Selling the at or selling in the money calls. I mean, you get credit for them. Oh. Hmm. Rejected. I wouldn't sell the AMX for you. I know you didn't mean to. Hmm. Shit, 20 minutes left? Why is it quiet in here? There's nothing happening. Holy fuck. Okay, the bot calls at 6,300 have closed. Pretty much all of them. There's still a ton of sold puts there, though. I wonder if we close at the higher, the like lower high point of gamma. I guess that would just be 95. 95.90. But would to adjust the brightness or like at least fix it for your thing, like for your living room. You have to like calibrate it. Aha! It can lead to like profit taking. Ooh, I'm gonna close these calls. Fuck yeah. $62.88. Yeah, somewhere in there. Potentially. That's as far as I would see it going down, though. It seems currently unlikely. Thoughts on shorting IWM here? Good question. You could probably push out to like 25 or so. Hmm. Yeah, IWM might be a little bit worthwhile. Maybe around 225. I don't know, the upside still looks pretty capped. Mhm. Very close. Oh, come on. We're a little range bound, you know? I know. There's some buying on the dip, but there's 62.95 puts being bought too. So some of that positioning seems to be getting shaken off. Yeah, BTU is running pretty hard. Oh. Having a kid tomorrow? Nice, Tom. Congratulations, dude. Can we call him Tot? Or what do you think? Name him Tater Tot. That's kind of what I was going for. Little Spuddy. You have Count Max on Bull? Yeah. $13.01. Two minutes left. Just so much at-the-money volume. There's a lot of sold calls at 62.95 still. Not as many as there are sold puts, but quite a few. Alright, fuck that. I'm taking the profits. Alright, I gotta stop. And I'm stopped. Fuck. That was intense. You alright, Nitu? Did you make it through? When I say the high for the day, I mean it. He's gone. Alright, so closing a little bit above the MM's expected move here. Couple dollars, about $4 off. But still closing below 6,300. While that rejection here on S&P or SPX isn't that meaningful, it is the upper. It is a rejection off of the upper trend on ES. And obviously a new all-time high. To the downside here, no established supports until you get down to like 6,300, which is what we bounced off of. There's maybe some minor support around 6,315. This would need to fail 6,326 to confirm a reversal. Tomorrow morning we have Michigan consumer data, which might push up inflation expectations a little bit, but it's summertime. I don't really expect consumer sentiment to be rocked all that hard yet, even with prices up a little. Dixie moving up most of the day, largely on the back of a massive drop in the euro. We see yields at the top end of the curve pretty flat, not too much change there, but the belly of the curve moved up with slightly reduced Fed rate cut expectations. Correlation turned back around on the 1 month very sharply. However, 3-month correlation not turning around so much. But it did drive down through most of the day. Commodities up. Big move up in oil, 67.59 a barrel now. Precious metals falling off a little bit, but silver gaining. Some improvements in like nat gas and looks like energy, and industrial metals, and agricultural commodities. Bond volatility still sucks. Leverage on the carry trade floating just under 9x, just under 7x on the short end, and forward yield on volatility falling. Bond curve still kind of just flat. Skew turned up at the end of the day yesterday. Probably up more today. Breadth had widened out a little bit yesterday. I think a lot of our move to the upside today did benefit from the move in breadth. RSP up 82 BPS compared to the rest of the not equally weighted index up 0.5. So getting carried by tech and a move into the lagging components of the index. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, still widening. Now at 87.95%. I will say that, like, despite today's move higher, it does appear that, like, VX and 3-month volatility expectations didn't really fall very much. Even VIX only down like 3%, which on such a big upside move, maybe you would expect more, but that might also be because Fed fund futures priced out a few more points. of cuts into Jan of 2026 and June of 2026. And the bear steepener pulled back a little bit today, but still above 50%. Over here on the technical side, I mean, we continue to just keep making slightly higher tops. But overall, I mean, with this failure, the consolidation is still pretty bearish here. Obviously, this could break out higher, but it seems to be struggling doing so. I guess we'll see how things look tomorrow, but for now, you know, I would say that like we've got a high, it got rejected. If we fail like 62.90, we might start to come back down again. Still haven't gotten like a good breakdown at any point during this. We got the failure off of the back of the Powell thing. But nope, still no pullback to the prior all-time high, which is really weird. Like we've gotten several pullbacks to the all-time high on ES, but none here on SPX since we broke above it. And so this level still hasn't been established as support. Which is odd. It is odd. Generally speaking, you know, when you break a really important level to the upside, you know, you break out, pull back, test, and then move up. You know, and that's fairly common that, you know, some buyers would have to be found at some point. But apparently everyone's just very willing to buy this all the way the fuck up here. So for now, we're stuck. I know it's not very interesting, but it is what it is. And then it looks like the sector rotation that we saw yesterday into defensives rolled right back into tech again and finance. So nothing particularly interesting going on there either. I don't think we're in the unknown. I mean, it's just lots of short-dated bullish positioning. Bless my son distracting me in the last 15 minutes. I did bail on my 6,300 sold calls. I bailed on them on like the last tick, but they were like 97%, so I was okay with it. I didn't want it to like jump back up to like 302 and fuck me. Anyway, I wonder if there's anything else here needs discussing. Who's got earnings tonight? Anything interesting on that front? Maybe. Jesus. We have Netflix tonight reporting. Wow, that's just the one I clicked on. Okay. Interactive Brokers. That's kind of it. That's interesting. But Netflix, interesting. See how that performs. Looks like it's down in after hours, about $20. So, maybe a miss here. I don't know if they've even reported yet, or if it's just selling off in anticipation. They beat EPS? Seems like no one cares. I think guidance will be fairly important, but so will revenues and like net margin. I think net margin is going to be the biggest factor this quarter for a lot of companies. Guided up. Financials matter now. Yeah, because everyone's going to be worried about how tariffs are going to impact everybody. Netflix is more like consumer discretionary, so it's probably not super fucking impacted, but yep, roundtable tonight. obviously. I'm gonna try to get it started at 9 for you guys. Yeah? I'm gonna do it at 9. I don't know when the fuck to do it for, like, the EU people, because your guys' schedule's on the opposite side of the clock. But I'll try to get it started a little early. Mostly because I don't want to be up all fucking night. They should move. Yeah, maybe. Where? Not here. Yeah, but I've got to go back and do another blood test tomorrow, and I'm supposed to get, like, a full night's sleep before I take it. Uruguay? I've never heard good things about Uruguay. I have thought about moving to Argentina, though. Roundtables would be good for midday Saturday. Saturday's my only day off. I have too much shit to do. Will you be streaming tomorrow? Partially. Like, part of the day, yeah. I've been, it's weird. Yeah, I can't do roundtables on Saturday. It's got to either be like a weeknight or we have to like replace part of the Sunday stream with it or something. I'm Canadian. Everyone should avoid Montreal. I've been to Montreal, and I agree. Yeah, okay. I'll just keep doing them on Thursday night for now. I mean, eventually the roundtables are going to end, right? And then we're going to move to... We're moving to a different format. Yeah, that's fine. Gone. No, not square tables. We're switching over to a Bymark. We're just switching the format over, the media format of roundtables over to something else. You'll find out. All right, guys. I'll catch you later tonight. Peace.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them